Alright, got everything coming in. So we are going to continue Voice of Cards, the Isle Dragon Roars. We are, I think, is the tail end of Chapter 5. We just finished beating the dragon. Josie is having fun scratching a scratching post. Alright, so we need a boat to chase the dragon.
The woman says the violent winds stirred up the sea, causing her precious ship to run aground. But if you can return her vessel to the water, she will gladly give you a ride. Your brows furrow, knowing that there is no way you could move a ship. Beside you, Bruno stretches, warming up his body. After striking a fantastic pose to show off his muscles, he charges straight at the boat. No matter how hard he pushes, though, the boat does not budge. It's pointless, you sigh, turning around when a muscle-bound Melanie stands before you. Now it's working, Bruno exclaims, unsurprised at the sight of Melanie. It appears the custom supplement she drank in the tower bulked her up.
That's some crazy fucking steroids that it works that fast.
Let us combine our power, Bruno entreats Melanie. Her whole body racked with chills, Melanie screams out to the sky. You need Melanie's help to catch the dragon. You call out to her. Hoping to distract her from her shame, you shout out complete nonsense. But in the next instant, you receive a violent punch to the face and are sent flying. You hear your bones creak in a way you've never heard before. But afterward, the two muscle-bound forms work together and return the boat to sea.
I would figure that Mar would help out with that. Mar looks like, you know, he'd be able to pull pretty hard.
I will never be a beautiful bride like this, Melanie mutters sadly. You're wrong, Bruno exclaims. Those muscles are the most beautiful thing a bride could ever have. At any rate, you leave the port town and follow the dragon.
At last, the Dark Mage has power, superhuman power. And still, the only time a smile plays across her lips is when she's punching the daylights out of our self-proclaimed hero. Should the custom supplement's effects wear off, he supposedly sheds his muscle all at once in a pitiful transformation. Or so he says. No one's ever seen it. Yeah, so it's just crazy fucking steroids he's on.
You will be sailing after the dragon.
Let me double
Make
check
sure you are prepared for the journey.
where the 7th card is before I go. Okay. I need to go back to Advent and use the magical key. So it is something I can get ready.
Welcome. You will be instantly transported to any location you've previously visited. Travel for 100 gold pieces. You turn the magical key in the lock, and the door opens. You sense a presence behind you, and turn to see a guard. He starts talking to you like your old friends. He tells you this is where Queen Nilla used to store the royal treasure, but not anymore. So you see, you won't find anything of value in there, he finishes, and walks away. There's a scrap of paper on the ground where the guard was standing. You pick it up and read it.
Some local merchants are engaging in the illicit trade of unauthorized powerful weapons. Cease any such operations as you discover them. So I've got 8, 9, and 10 left. Imposing though the sacred throne may be, it is far from comfortable. Her Highness's royal sheet, shall we say, frequently cries out for something more. Hey Ragnar, how you doing? Said local merchants were selling stronger weapons. Talking about here? Definitely doesn't seem like it. See if maybe we have to talk to people.
Changed your mind, have you? Come to buy the legendary weapon after all? He whispers eagerly.
Oh, right, this guy. I'm close, but not quite. I do have to remember to come back for that.
Just as you are about to leave, Oreo comes to see you off. It looks like he has something to say. According to him, the dragon flew to the west, where there is an island called Mount Medica. Rumor has it they are actively researching medicine on this island. He thinks he can use their knowledge in his work. Understanding his father's wishes, Bruno nods. Say no more. Mount Medica. Something stirs deep inside your chest, but you blame your imagination and board the boat without another thought.
Going to Blighttown.
Wasn't that so much fun? Ritis can hardly contain her excitement as she seeks a similar reaction from Melanie. Sure, Melanie croaks, her face a sickly shade of green. The custom supplement has worn off completely.
I was kind of wondering if she was going to be super buff for the rest of the game.
Ritis turns to you and carries on, oblivious. Wasn't that just the greatest? You, however, are a bit worn out, as your mid-voyage teasing of Melanie prompted her to wring you like a rag. Your first order of business should be a sweep of the island to ascertain the dragon's whereabouts. Tread carefully, as danger lies in the unknown. A road stretches west from the docks, suggesting the presence of a house or settlement at the other end.
Alright, time to explore.
Large boulders block the path before you. Alas, you must turn back. Looks like it's... You take the lead, taking in the island's scenery. It all looks unsettlingly familiar to you. A white-hot streak of pain shoots through your head, feeling as though your skull will split in two. You grab your head as if holding it together and drop to your knees. The searing pain erases any hope of recalling the memory that felt primed to return to you. Beads of sweat are pouring off you now as you struggle to keep your head in one piece. Drink this, Bruno insists, offering you a bottle of headache curative. You greedily drink it down, desperate for relief. The pain begins to ebb, and you hurriedly resolve to press on.
Okay, well, if that's a medieval, or not even medieval, but like even pre-industrial headache relief, it was basically heroin. Hey, War Panda, how you doing?
Rout the enemy.
Yeah, I'm feeling better today. Tired though. I didn't actually sleep very much.
Nice work.
It's been fun so far, but it definitely feels like it's going to be pretty short. Yeah, but as per the conversation that me and Ragnar were having yesterday on stream, it's probably best, if considering how short it is, probably best that you get it on a sale. Because for as long as it is, probably not worth its full price tag. That's a Square Enix thing. They love to overprice their stuff. How much? I know I got it for, I think I got, because I bought all three of them for 40. Like, it was like 39 bucks total when I got all three of them. So I got them for like 13 bucks each. It looks like they're at normal price, they're 30. It also, I don't think they had this when I got it, but now they right now it's on sale on Steam, and there's a bundle to buy all 3, and then the bundle itself is 60% off. I think that's even cheaper than what I got the 3 of them for. But yeah, the original like base price of $30 each, and I think that's actually gone down. I think it might have been more than that when it first came out. Probably not quite worth that much. I'd probably say it's more like a 20-25 game if I'm being generous for how long it is. Because I think it's definitely gonna end up less than 20 hours for the playthrough for me. Yeah, that's usually the case. There was always way too many games coming out nowadays.
Nice work. That was lucky.
haven't checked to see what this thing is weak to, but it looks like it's water-based. Not weak to electricity. Missed out on the good treasure.
Excellent. And fight. Nice work.
That looks pretty good.
And fight.
Oh, I didn't see the 50 defense. You may not be able to kill these things. Probably have to hit their weakness to be able to do any damage.
Nice work. That was lucky.
Thought maybe, I mean, it's 50 defense, and then that was triple damage off of his attack of 28. I thought maybe it'd actually do more damage than that.
Nice work. After a time, you happen upon a village. This place, you mutter unconsciously. Perhaps he is as anxious as you are about this place. You two okay? Melanie asks. You open your mouth to reply. Only to notice the ambush a moment too late. Repel the monster attack. Excellent. That was lucky. Fortune favors the... You did great.
considering that Ash and Mar, I think they both now heal. Yeah, he heals 3 after combat. He heals 2 after every turn. And he heals on every attack. I probably can use them and trade out their healing skills for other stuff. Like, their only problem would be for boss battles, but for just normal fights, their regen should be enough. So it's not weak to lightning. This is also, now that I think about it, this is also a good place to check to see if those skills that just say flat damage ignore defense or not. Yep, that was 25.
You did great.
So that's what those skills are for. They're for enemies like that. Alright, looks like that's everywhere I can go for now. Village of the Sick.
You are accosted by a man the instant you set foot in the village. "Medicine, please," he begs. His eyes are glazed over, and his general demeanor unsettling. Should he really have medicine? You give him a glimpse of the medicine. "Nothing in this life is free," you sneer. Your callousness is swiftly punished as the medicine slips from your grasp and clatters to the ground. The man runs off to who knows where, making noises that can only be described as inhuman. You and the party resolve to continue exploring the village, despite the unsettling encounter that just occurred. Something is askew in this village. It would be best to proceed with caution until you can determine what is happening. The man glares at you, clutching tight to countless medicine bottles in his hands. He insists that they all belong to him and refuses to share them with anyone. Another villager approaches you. Though his speech is slurred, the demand remains the same: medicine. This villager is also behaving strangely. Will you acquiesce to his request? You remove the medicine from your pack, recall for a moment how much it cost, and begin sliding it back into place. In the blink of an eye, the villager snatches up the medicine bottle and darts out of view. Something's not right in this village, Bruno mutters, clearly worried. You hear a panicked cry up the road. "Stay with me. Focus on me." That can't be good. You must fancy yourself quite the eccentric coming here, the innkeeper drones, as if incensed by your very presence. "Stay if you want to stay," the innkeeper continues, utterly disinterested in even attempting to sell you on a room. The old man sighs, saying he lost both his son and grandson to the medicine. Not wanting to be the only one left behind, he lifts the bottle in his hand to his lips and gulps it down. You ask the villager about the dragon. "The headman can help you if you're in some trouble," she retorts, doubling over to empty the contents of her stomach onto the street. Dozens of empty medicine bottles litter the ground in front of this woman.
Damn, you only get a quarter of what you paid back. Those are some real GameStop prices.
This cursed island is separated from the rest of the world, she mutters from the ground. I heard that outsiders call this place Mount Medica, she remarks, then throws the empty bottle in her hand to the roadside. You hail the villager, only to receive a blunt, "Go bother the village headman with your chatter," in return. The villager turns to face the wall once more and smacks his head against it repeatedly. His forehead is soon covered in blood. You arrive on the scene to find a man collapsed in the street, convulsing. Another man kneels over him in an apparent attempt to provide comfort and care. The nobleman wears impressive white armor befitting a knight. He continues talking to the fallen man as he provides emergency care. Seeing the knight's devotion makes you feel a bit like a putz for doing nothing. You ask Bruno to provide some of his custom supplement. He furrows his brow and solemnly shakes his head. The villager, blood as black as tar, begins oozing out of his eyes, ears, and mouth. It proceeds to leak from every orifice imaginable. The convulsions subside. Within moments, the villager lies still. A horrific thought makes itself known. This is the first time you have witnessed the death of a fellow man. Even in a world where medicines and elixirs can cure most any ailment, none are safe from death's icy grip. And as well you know, that which is dead can never return. Your mind goes blank. You drop to your knees in shock. Melanie clamps her hand to her mouth, stifling a scream. Ridis shakes uncontrollably. The knight hangs his head. Bruno nervously asks, "What are you doing here?" The knight's name is Sherwin. He identifies himself as a member of the Ivory Order. His travels brought him to this village where he has been caring for the ailing residents. His face contorts in disgust. If not for these foul drugs, they would be healed. He spits and takes his leave. Bruno gazes upon the villager's corpse with a look of apparent realization. You approach Sherwin, who is caring for another villager. Is every day like this? You inquire. According to the knight, an elderly man living just outside the village is typically the one who looks after its residents. You'd be best served asking him all your questions, Sherwin says as he returns to his patient. You would best get out of here quick, she cautions you. If you stay here, then you too will, she begins, then suddenly starts cackling. A man approaches you as you wander through the village. Spare a bit of medicine, he asks genially. He sets about convincing you that your kindness will be returned tenfold if you just give him a little from your pack. His silver tongue would put even the best salesman to shame. You reach for a bottle of medicine, completely taken in by his pitch. Bruno stills your hand. I wouldn't do that if I were you. I really shouldn't, you yelp over your shoulder, already walking away at a brisk pace. You continue wandering the village streets, only to be accosted by the man once more. It seems he will follow you to the ends of the earth. Why do you want it so badly, you ask, affording him another opening. He gladly takes it. He first came in contact with it as a child.
His parents paid him no mind.
Never since forgot its wonderful taste. You are fully invested in this story, and desperate to give the man some small comfort in this cruel, cruel world. You're primed and ready to hand it over. I've heard better sob stories, Melanie says dryly, having somehow absorbed the man's story, despite the blistering speed in which he delivered it. Bruno thinks you'd better not. But you're not so sure. The man smiles deliriously as he watches the bottle enter his outstretched hand. Not one moment later, he is gone. He appears to have dropped something peculiar in his haste.
There's 8.
You knock lightly on the door. An elderly man opens it, beaming at you. He announces himself as Selfor and beckons you inside. Might he be the headman you've heard so much about? Ask me anything you like, he offers. Selfor receives your party, for whatever reason, rather graciously. He could well be a font of knowledge. What will you ask him? You ask if he has seen the dragon. Why, yes, he says. He returned to this island just the other day. Oh, but don't worry, he continues. He hasn't caused us too much trouble. Needless to say, this does not comport with your understanding of the dragon. You notice Melanie lift an eyebrow at his use of the word returned. At any rate, the dragon's presence on the island is confirmed. You quietly celebrate the first credible lead you've yet received. You make mention of the village's eccentricities. Selfor informs you that the island indeed suffers from an extreme shortage of medicine. He apologizes for the villagers' incivility. Consider it the price to pay for making the world a better place, he adds nonsensically.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lack of medicine so much as that everybody is an addict.
You ask if he is the one in charge of the village. It's true that the villagers call him their headman, but I feel compelled to correct the record and state that my official title is overseer.
Yeah, I remember that being a long one.
Your question's satisfactorily answered. You thank Selfor and turn to leave. He asks you to stop. We have yet to discuss the terms of your living here, he declares. You explain that you are only here to pursue the dragon and have no intention to stay. Selfor begs your forgiveness for thinking you were newcomers. It's perfectly understandable, though, what with the non-match among you, he says with a sneer. What does he mean by that? Melanie asks you, unable to grasp the old man's intentions.
Yeah, honestly, I think the first game that I hit 100 hours on was Tales of the Abyss. Because I distinctly remember that I did everything in Tales of the Abyss, and then after I had finished all the super bosses and everything else, I just kind of ran around like farming for rare drops. And when the timer hit 100 hours, I was like, well, I guess I should probably stop here. Obviously, there's been several after that. I think I remember that being the first game that I actually hit the 100-hour mark on.
For reasons unknown, you feel the blood drain from your face. Your breathing grows ragged and you break out in a sweat. We're done here, you say defiantly, as you storm out of the house. Mar runs after you, chirping frantically. Melanie and the others give chase, but you and Mar are well out of sight by the time they make it outside. The two can't have gone far, though. It may be best to first search the village. Sherwin is still tending to the villagers' needs. Melanie explains the sudden disappearance of her allies. They ran down the road leading west, Sherwin says calmly. The woman claims a silly man skipped by right in front of her. Don't touch me, he shouts, threatening anyone who comes close. The woman stares blankly into the distance. At her feet lie dozens of empty medicine bottles. Melanie and company find you standing in front of a house. She can't quite make it out, but it sounds as though you're saying to Mar, "This place is..." Melanie calls out to you, prompting you to blurt out, "Sorry, just had a bad stomachache back there," in your characteristically glib manner. She surveys you both and sees two haggard travelers unwilling to admit they're in need. "Are you sure you're all right?" she asks, concerned. "Fine, absolutely fine," you tell her, perhaps too eagerly. "So you were worried about me," you shoot back. "No, I wasn't," she replies, her face reddening. There isn't a soul about. The house is surely abandoned. You spot a familiar-looking mage on the village streets. Winifred takes no notice of you and ducks into the apothecary. "So, the Ivory Order buys their medicine just like everybody else," you muse to yourself as you prick up your ears and listen carefully. Winifred and the apothecary speak in hushed tones. You'd guess it's an order for special medicine, but you can't make it out. Alas, she's just buying the usual stuff. Nothing remotely interesting about that. Though her presence suggests that other members of the order might also be in town.
Now, do we finally get to kick these guys' asses?
With no desire to run into them, you make yourself scarce before she catches sight of you. You spy the very people you were hoping to avoid, gathered near the village gate. "The last thing we need is a confrontation," you mutter, spying them from the shadows. "Why are we always hiding?" Melanie hisses under her breath. Two members of the Order are speaking with Sherwin. Given how deferential they appear to be acting toward him, you hazard a guess that he's their superior. "Have you determined the dragon's location?" Sherwin asks. Hedwin launches into his report. "The dragon appears to be occupying the volcano. I suggest we move to capture him immediately," he counsels. Now who should appear but Winifred, fresh from her shopping excursion. "Preparations for our journey into the volcano are complete," she reports, handing Sherwin a bottle of something. "Splendid." Sherwin walks off and out of sight, the other three following close behind. Lucky for you, your hastily improvised hiding spot afforded you valuable information on the dragon. Yet their conversation raised as many questions as it answered. There was talk of capturing the dragon. Melanie picked up on the incongruity as well. "The Queen ordered the dragon killed," she reminds you. You know that the dragon is lurking in the volcano, but you haven't a clue how to get from here to there. "Isn't it that mountain with all the smoke pouring out of it?" Riddis asks, pointing westward. "Why, yes. That sure does look rather like a volcano." The medicine bottle Sherwin received is probably related to their journey into the volcano somehow. Bruno recalls seeing a bottle much like it once before. He says it contains flash freeze, which can chill most anything. Maybe that's what Winifred bought at the apothecary, Bruno continues. You narrow your eyes. You three have no right being this helpful, you think? Mar pinches your cheeks without warning. You yelp in pain, which at the very least crosses dreaming off the
Hey,
list
bro,
of
how you doing?
explanations. Returning to the matter at hand, it's clear what must be done. You'll have to get your hands on some flash freeze if you hope to enter the volcano. Happen to have any flash freeze for sale? You cheerily ask the apothecary. She flashes a wry smile. How do you steady the roiling magma's flow? She asks cryptically. The meaning behind the question is utterly lost on you. She needs a password, Melanie mutters over your shoulder. The answer, then, would be the password. So, how do you steady the roiling magma's flow? She mutters softly. Alas, no. She pulls out her wares, but what you need is not among them. Your password merely granted you entry to the apothecary. Yes, you think so, she says, as if turning the answer over in her mind. But you'd be wrong. The old woman rolls her eyes, suddenly looking defeated. How did you know the answer? Did someone tell you? She mutters bitterly. You've managed to crack the code. And a bottle of flash freeze is yours. At last, you are ready to enter the volcano. You've got a long road ahead of you, so you had best be prepared. The heat of the volcano engulfs you the moment you set foot inside. Of course, the dragon is hiding out here. Guess it's as good a place as any to corner him, you reason with yourself, trying to keep your spirits up.
Cursed dude. Okay, so you recovery. Ooh, I have auto recovery on all these guys. Recovery turns into damage. That's gonna suck.
That was lucky.
Yeah, if I attack with him, he's gonna get healed, which will damage it.
You did great. Crossing this river of lava won't be easy. Here's how you cross a lava river. Bam! You open the bottle of flash freeze and pour some into the raging river of lava. The lava instantly hardens, forming a bridge of rock. Nice work.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people playing Ninja Gaiden 2 Black.
Congrats.
A lot of people also declaring that probably prematurely declaring, but a lot of people declaring that, you know, this is the end. Holy crap, that costs 5? That's a fucking nuke. Yeah, a lot of people saying that this is the end of, like, every action game being a Souls-like, and that they're, you know, this'll start having everybody make their action games hack and slash and character action games again. I think it's a little too early to start declaring that. And then you've also got a lot of people playing Ninja Gaiden Black that have only played Souls-likes, talking about how, you know, it's just you know, the usual, it's just a mindless button masher. Haven't heard that in like 10 years. Well, even Ninja Gaiden 2 had not really a parry, but you did have a timed counterattack after you do a block. And then, of course, like, Devil May Cry has Royal Guard. And Onimusha had parries. And that's why I said it's not really a parry, it's just it's a timed counter, and that you have to hit the attack button at the same time that you get hit while you're guarding and it counterattacks, which is similar to a parry, but not. And like I said, Onimusha's coming back, and that was all about parries and hit counters. And the Isin system, which I'm not sure I've seen another game really do Isin in the same way that Onimusha did, except for Chaos Legion. And that was like a special move that you didn't get to buy till like mid-game, but that one also had Isins in it. And I wouldn't mind another game like Chaos Legion. Although technically there was a game that... What was the game that came out not too long ago? Oh, never. What am I saying? Astral Chain. Yeah, Astral Chain was the game that we're saying was kind of like Chaos Legion. Yeah, it kind of had like different timing in each game. So every game you would kind of have to relearn it, but it was essentially just hitting the attack button right as they're about to hit you. So it was kind of the high risk, high reward, because it's not like a normal parry where you can just hit the button and hold it, and if you timed it wrong, you at least block the attack. Like, if you time it wrong, you just get hit in the face. So, kind of similar in risk to trying to parry in Metal Gear Rising, except Metal Gear Rising was more forgiving, and also it was just a parry, where an Isin is like you attack before they get their attack off. And it was just like a really strong attack too. Actually, now that I think about it, you know what's like pretty much similar to an Isin is Tiger Drop from Yakuza. Like, a Tiger Drop in Yakuza is pretty similar to what an Isin was. About the only other difference would be the fact that an Isin was an AoE. It was like a line AoE. So if there were enemies behind the guy that you did it on, it would go through like... If it could go through like 2 or 3 of them in a line if they were really close together. That's pretty good. Big damage and attack down.
A jet of lava erupts from the ground before you. You escape injury by the skin of your teeth, but the path ahead is now blocked.
Let's try out Bruno's new move. Oh, it's attack down on him for 3 turns. I thought it would be attack down on them. That's not quite as good as I thought it was then.
Excellent. You did great. Don't hold back.
I guess that's the difference on the card. Because on those other ones it says inflict. And usually there's a roll involved in whether or not you put the status effect on him, whereas Bruno's just says attack down for 3 turns. I guess that's how they denote that it affects him and not them. No, it does say inflict. So I guess the fact that there's not a roll to check for it means it's on you. Kind of tempted to go back in town to get the weapon for Ritus. Yeah, let's do that. That is one thing I'll say about this game. I do like the fact that with, you know, being able to jump, like backtracking is super easy. Once you've actually done the exploring, backtracking is fucking nothing. Let's see how much the nuke hits for.
You can't help but chant, "It's hot, so hot," every couple of steps, as if conjuring a spell. "You're just wasting energy," Melanie chides. Perhaps you could stand to learn a thing or two from her rational approach. Bruno seizes on the moment. "Yeah, this isn't even worth whining over," he says, flexing at you. "It is way too hot for this," Melanie screams, forgetting her own advice.
What are you doing here?
Just as you're about to faint from the oppressive heat, a heroic voice calls out to you. You turn and watch with wide eyes as beads of sweat glisten over his muscular body, only snapping out of your reverie when he asks if you're okay. According to the man, conditions will only worsen from here on out. He offers to lend you a comfy sleeping mat and blanket to rest with before continuing your journey. Your party is fully recovered, but now your body reeks of sweat. You thank the man before heading on your way. A wave of lava rushes past you, leaving a pile of boulders in its wake. You take a fortunate but ungainly fall backwards, but sadly you must find another route now. You did great. And fight.
So how many floors is this volcano?
The rocks give way to a rush of lava. You just barely manage not to fall in. Time to find an alternate route. Let's do this.
Alright, so I just need 10. I'm kind of curious what, if anything, the mysterious cards do when you get all of them.
Nice work. Nice work. You've spent so long in here, even I'm starting to sweat. I was lucky. Excellent. Nice work.
Alright, next floor. Looks like this is it, because this is just a little room. Unless there's another set of stairs in this tiny place.
A clump of familiar white outfits comes into view. You've caught up with the Ivory Order at last. We shall be the ones to fell the dragon. You proclaim loudly to... no one, apparently, for the Order pays you no mind. At your persistence, Winifred requests, please do not interfere with the dragon's capture, clearly annoyed. As you all suspected, they have no intention of following the Queen's orders to slay the dragon. What will you do with him once he is yours? Melanie asks forcefully. But her answer shall have to wait. The lava bubbles and swirls as monsters leap out onto the rock before you. It would seem the only way out is through. In a flash, Sherwin's blade cleaves one in two. Clearly, he has earned his rank within the Order. Keep moving, he bellows, leading his companions deeper into the volcano. The remaining monster turns toward you, eager to avenge its fallen friend. There shall be no avoiding this battle. About the enemy.
That was lucky.
You escape with your lives, but the Ivory Order has put some distance between you. All your efforts will be for naught if they reach the dragon before you do. You hurry the party onward. About the enemy.
Damn, no paralysis. Not even a hit.
That was lucky. Nice work.
Attack plus 25. The target 4. Volcano Caldera. Okay, so we're at the top.
A deafening roar greets you as you set foot on the summit. The dragon must be close. Excellent. That was lucky. You reach the caldera only to find the dragon and the Ivory Order members locked in battle. Their teamwork is impeccable. With each strike, they drive the dragon further back. Vince is doing everything he can to protect the dragon, but nothing can slow Sherwin and Company's advance. The Ivory Order approaches the dragon, quite sure of their victory. They shall have their quarry at this ring. You cannot stand idly by. You thrust yourself into the midst of battle. We'll be the ones to collect the bounty on the dragon's head, you yell. What vulgar ambition, Hedwyn says with a sneer. Hedwyn and Winifred each keep one eye on you as they begin incanting a spell to hold the dragon in place. Without warning, the dragon slams his tail against the ground. Cracks in the earth form beneath his feet. The rock beneath the Ivory Order gives way, sending them tumbling down below. You surmise the fall wasn't far enough to kill them, but they won't make it back here anytime soon. This may be your only chance to slay him without the Ivory Order interfering. That was lucky. Nice work.
All right, round two with the dragon.
Perched on the edge of the caldera. You eye him warily, shouting, "There's nowhere left to run." He lets loose an intimidating roar, but you and your party stand tall, unbowed. Victory is within reach. You have never felt more ready to slay a creature in your life. You draw your sword and charge, blade raised and ready to strike. In an instant, his bodyguard appears before you. You can see the bloodlust inside him as he stares you all down. He looks upon you and sees only greed. "Fools," he shouts. "You shall not be stopped. You have your reasons for wanting the dragon dead, and they are enough. They are everything. This conflict is inevitable. You heave your sword toward the enemy, come what may." You can do this. Nice.
Okay, so he can't be paralyzed. Guess I should have known. That would be too easy.
Vince falls, his face covered in blood. Why would you give your life to protect the dragon? Melanie asks sharply. Asks the one who has forsaken her own. What would you know of loyalty? Vince roars, consumed with rage. He begins chanting, no doubt preparing to cast a spell. No, that spell is forbidden, Melanie shrieks. It's too late. A stupendously powerful magic swirls out of the ether, enveloping them both. Vince turns to face you once more, his aura unlike anything you've felt before. You tighten your grip on your sword. There's no turning back now. Vince adopts a sweeping stance between you and the dragon. You'll have to deal with him first if you hope to attack your quarry.
I'm sure he's probably immune to this, but let's give it a shot. Yep. I don't have any water attacks. Oh, his isn't nearly as strong as hers. Which is a good thing. 4 times damage.
The battle has been won. Tears stream down Vince's face. You watch him out of the corner of your eye as you turn your attention toward the dragon. Vince, undeterred by the wounds that now cover his body, rises to his feet and moves to protect the dragon one last time. Enough! The dragon speaks. He declares that he wishes to see further harm befall none. Then you ought not to have brought harm upon us, you shout, listing off the horrors you have heard on your journey. Vince, filled with righteous indignation, denounces each and every one as a lie. The dragon admits that your prowess in battle and willingness to pursue him the world over have earned you the right to hear the truth about this world. The dragon claims he shares a special bond with the medicine that helps people the world over.
Is medicine dragon pee?
All those who succeeded in capturing the dragon in the past forced him to live a nightmarish existence on this island. They would stab him with several hundred spears. They would slice his scales off with their swords. Every day a fresh horror would visit him in the heart of the island, and every day he would cry out in pain. They then gathered up the dragon tear he shed and used it to produce their medicine. Everyone in the world drinks this medicine as though it were water. Taking this medicine heals all wounds and cures all ills. It is a crutch that humanity can no longer live without. The primary ingredient in this medicine is dragon tear. You cast your mind back over your travels, over all the people who sought the medicine and were saved by it.
So, yeah, the Ivory Order are the ones who distribute the medicine, so they're the ones that want to capture it. But why does the Queen, unless the Queen doesn't know, why does she want the dragon killed?
The mere thought that so much good was born of the dragon's torture makes your mind reel. You feel unmoored. No one moves, or so much as makes a sound. His words weigh on each and every one of you. The dragon claims he has grown weary of suffering for the benefit of humankind. And so, he intones, I beseech you, strike me down. You hear only hurt and fatigue in his voice. Comply, and you will fulfill the order that was given you. The riches you have coveted for so long shall be yours. But know that if you do, the medicine upon which people have come to rely shall cease to exist, threatening the very foundation upon which humanity was built. No matter the consequences, you resolve to complete your quest and slay the dragon. You adjust your grip and move to strike the dragon down once more. It looks like it won't put up a fight.
Okay, so that might have just been a coincidence. But if it keeps dodging, this might just be telling me this is the wrong thing to do. Nah, it's just a coincidence. I have a feeling now we have to kill the Ivory Order assholes.
Out of nowhere, a burst of magic crashes over the entire party, rendering you unable to move.
And there they are.
The Ivory Order have found their way back to the caldera and stand before the dragon once more. Sherwin stares the dragon down, fire in his eyes. At last, the world is safe, he says. Seize him at once, Edwin urges. With a nod, Sherwin approaches the dragon. In one motion, Sherwin unsheathes his sword and cleaves the dragon in two.
I thought they wanted to capture it.
The dragon's lifeless corpse lurches backward before dropping over the edge into the caldera. What have you done? The others ask quietly, unable to comprehend Sherwin's actions. The earth shakes. The dragon's body seems to have energized the lava enough to spur an eruption. All that remains is to destroy that place, he hisses, and storms off with purpose. The remaining members of the Ivory Order are still in shock, but Hedwyn orders them out, and they flee out of sight. The volcano is about to erupt, and will surely take you with it. Melanie suggests the party take Vince as well, but he insists he remain here. He speaks his final request, his voice already fading. Dragon Tear is more powerful than you can imagine, he says, his voice weak and raspy. It could end this world. You mustn't let them use it. Stop them at all costs. Use the forbidden magic if you have to, Melanie. Vince's final pronouncement echoing in your head. You race to catch up to the Ivory Order. The eruption is imminent. The earlier tremors collapsed the passage you took to reach the caldera.
That wasn't there before.
Follow the other passage out and escape before it's too late.
So I got 100 steps to get the fuck out.
Nice work. Congrats. Oh?
Oh damn, this is a whole different area. So the remaining moves actually is going to be an issue. I thought we were just gonna go down like the path we came and just be like, okay, I just need to count out.
did great. Take your time. There's no need to rush yet. work. About the enemy. Don't hold back. You might want to pick up the pace about now. Congrats.
Oh crap, I've only got 18 steps left. How far do I have to go here? There's no fucking way I'm gonna make it. God damn it.
Ah, jeez. You're screwed.
Yeah, I know. God damn it. Man, they don't give you that much leeway on that. Well, I'm gonna take my break. I feel like just that failed attempt at escaping took like 20 minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna take my break, and then we'll make our way out now. Think at least now I know where the stairs are in that escape route area, so I can go the right way. And the sad thing is, I was only like 3 or 4 steps away from getting out. Yeah, I'll be back in 5. Alright, I'm back. Let's give this another shot. This probably wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't for the encounter, like, every 3 steps.
Take your time. There's no need to rush yet. You're nearly out. The relief of knowing you may yet outrun the encroaching lava is immense. And short-lived, as monsters burst forth from the lava, blocking your escape. Congrats. You race out of the volcano, the monsters scarcely having hit the ground behind you. After your narrow escape from the volcano, you mull over what you learned at the summit. The truth about the dragon and the medicine, what the Ivory Order and Sherwin are actually after, and Vince's dying warning about Dragon Tear destroying the world. You decide to return to the village of the sick to try and make sense of everything. I'm exhausted, says Riddis. She certainly looks it. Bruno is silent and looks deep in thought. As you head into the village after your friends, another headache splits your skull. This place. Something about it is triggering a memory that feels like it's trying to claw its way out of your brain. Let's rest up at the inn, suggests Melanie, taking in everyone's state. At dinner time, you and your friends gather around the table. For a while, it's quiet, but then Melanie speaks up. Now that the dragon's been defeated, she says, what are we going to do? In truth, the Ivory Order wanted to capture the dragon alive, but Sherwin killed him. You can't help feeling the Ivory Order is still hiding something about this island, the dragon and the medicine. We might want to look into this island a bit more, suggests Melanie. Bruno agrees with you. They call this place Mount Medica. Something tells me there are still secrets to uncover. Whether you go after the Ivory Order or investigate the island, first and foremost, you need information. The Overseer should be pretty knowledgeable about the island, reasons Melanie. You decide to pay a visit to the Overseer after a good night's rest. Selfor, the village headman come overseer, comes out to welcome you. After detailing what happened atop the volcano, you ask him to tell you everything he knows about this island. So, the dragon's tears are the medicine's main ingredient, he muses. You ask Selfor what the deal with this island is. After a moment, he begins speaking in a quiet voice. He tells you about the medicine factory here on the island that the Ivory Order oversees, and that this village was founded in order to provide a steady supply of human test subjects for their new medicine. Now that you know the truth about the island and the village, you turn to Selfor and pose further questions. Probing further, you ask, and the Ivory Order forced the dragon to make medicine at that factory? I'm almost positive they did, he replies. That explains why the Order wanted to capture him, says Bruno, understanding dawning on his face. But if that's the case, why did Sherwin flout the Order and kill the dragon? You're still missing the final piece of this puzzle. What do you mean, testing new medicine, you ask? Selfor explains that before the Ivory Order sends any of its medicines out to the greater world, they test them here first. With all the new medicines they're constantly prescribed, the villagers here suffer strange side effects. All except Selfor, who says he's exempt from the tests on account of being in charge of the village on the Order's behalf. Sometimes we get people who try to escape, he says, his gaze dropping. The Order always catches them. This is horrible, says Melanie, a harrowed look on her face. You know the abandoned house at the western edge of the village? Well, once upon a time, a family of 4 lived there. As Selfor speaks, you feel all the blood drain from your body. There's something I'd like to see for myself in that house, you say, your brow creased. At the uncharacteristically somber look on your face, Melanie, Riddis, and Bruno give silent nods. stand before the dilapidated house. It looks like no one's lived here for a long, long time. You open the door and go inside, your gaze roving across the dusty space. Your eyes land on a progression of horizontal notches on the lower section of a support beam, markings to measure a child's growth. And carved into the beam beside the markings are your and Mar's names. Seeing your names unleashes a flood of memories you hadn't realized you'd kept locked away.
Okay, so Mar was a human. Apparently got turned into that probably because of one of the medicines. Which explains why earlier when they were talking about him getting poisoned by the monster the monster extract, how it's not supposed to work on monsters. Figured something like that. I wonder why this part isn't narrated.
The trauma of what happened, combined with the effects of the medicine, spurred the loss of your memories. But now you remember the horror in full detail. Sobbing, you gather Mar in your arms. Melanie, Riddis, and Bruno just stand there in silence, absorbing the truth of your origins. Melanie, who knows all too well the pain of losing your parents, turns to you with tears on her cheeks. We have a lot in common, you and I. That's how we've made it this far together, she says softly. Moved by her kindness, you give her a silent nod. But I've still got farther to go, you say, scrubbing your face dry. As painful as those memories are, something the Ivory Order disciples said gave you hope. If you can get your hands on an undiluted solution of dragon tear, you can restore Mar to her human form. And what was that about the place they called the mausoleum? That's probably a good enough place as any to start looking for dragon tear. Melanie doesn't miss the determination that blooms on your face. Whatever it is you need to do, she says, I'm with you. You ask Selfor if he's ever heard of a place called the Mausoleum. He tells you the steep cliffs north of the village block the way. To get to the Mausoleum, you'll have to go around. He advises you to first go east and then head north from the wharf.
I'm guessing the rock is cleared out now.
The wharf, that's where we first docked, right? Clarifies Bruno. The path to the mausoleum is a long one. If you start feeling weary on your journey, use the jump feature to return to the village.
Alright, time to start exploring.
A giant boulder impedes the path. You stop, unable to go any farther. But when you turn around, who do you see but the Ivory Order trio? In a flash, you draw your weapons, but Hedwyn calls out, "Wait." Unlike the other times you've crossed paths, the trio doesn't seem keen on fighting you. You lower your weapons in response. Conveniently, you've got some questions for them anyway. You demand to know if what Selfor told you about this island and the village of the sick is true. There's no reason to hide it any longer, begins Hedwyn. He tells you of the immense fortune the Order amassed by selling the medicine they forced the dragon to make on this island. And he confirms recapturing the dragon was the Order's true goal. The dragon's imprisonment on this island was a secret only the upper echelons of the Order were privy to. Even Queen Nilla didn't know. You ask where Sherwin disappeared to after he killed the dragon atop the volcano. We too seek Sherwin, says Winifred. Atop the volcano, Sherwin swore to destroy that place. Hedwyn says he was talking about the mausoleum. Winifred ponders the question of why Sherwin would betray the Order and kill the dragon. Alas, we cannot get to the mausoleum with this in our way, Hedwyn says, gesturing to the giant boulder. Upon closer examination of the boulder, you see fissures spidering along its surface. Perhaps it was weakened by the earthquake caused by the volcano erupting. With the right approach, you might be able to force your way through after all. You ask Bruno to put his brawn to use and smash the boulder to smithereens. He squares off in front of the giant stone. and strikes the fissure with a mighty knife-edged chunk. Silence rings for a moment before the boulder crumbles to dust. The Ivory Order trio offers a curt thanks before hurrying on ahead. The jerks.
Alright, let's find out more about the jerks.
A bizarre rock appeared. It seems primed to explode. The bizarre rock transformed into an aqua rock. The only way out of this fight is through it. Good work. Watch out. You keep your cool. Your friends gasp as you catch whatever it is before it clobbers you.
So, armor upgrade out of nowhere.
Come across two men sitting on a rock. They take no notice. You listen in. You lean in, trying to hear what stashed the goods away. That island shaped like a... right in the dragon's nostril. It sounds like they've just told the dragon's nostril. Your perseverance pays off. You come to learn that the island itself is shaped not unlike the dragon's head. You hastily grab a scrap of paper, write down what you've heard, and quietly sneak away.
I assume they're talking about that island, but I don't know how to get there. So maybe you take the boat?
You board a boat and chart a course back to the mainland.
Like you can't.
Nice work. Found a stealer, but upon further inspection, it doesn't appear to do anything special. But surely, it's not simply stood here for the sake of it. You make note of it in case you're told to seek out another stealer later. Pick up a scrap of paper dropped by some manner of monster. It has a message
Stolen
scrawled on it.
treasure.
Code lettering.
Tip of the Western Peninsula.
Clearly, whoever dropped this, you stashed the scrap of paper in your pack and resolved to keep an eye out for the treasure on your travels. You spy a rather large number of monster prints. You pluck the monster after scouring the area for a bit. The scrap of paper tells no lies. You greedily open the chest. About the enemy. You spot a sign standing prominently on the cape. This sign reads, "Strike the Steelers somewhere on this island." Oh yeah? What will happen if you do, you wonder? You've found a Steeler. You try gently knocking on it, as if to test its solidity. You swear you feel a rumble coming from the east. A Steeler stands before you. Wasn't this a sign? There's a message engraved on the Steeler. It reads, "Those who would cross must strike me true." You see another island across the sea. Why striking a Steeler would allow you to cross? haven't a clue. You give the Stela a solid thwack. Not a moment later, the entire party begins to levitate. Before you know it, the strange power delivers everyone safely to the far island. Without warning, an old man leaps from the underbrush. "My replacement," he screeches. He sidles up to you. "Mind living on this here island in my stead?" he offers cloyingly. "Ew, no," you sneer. "Then by force it is," he shouts, leaping toward you.
Okay, optional boss.
Excellent.
Alright, bye-bye, crazy old man.
This island is cursed, the hermit explains, and he along with it. Doomed to spend eternity here unless he finds someone to take his place. Defeated, the old hermit sinks wordlessly to his knees. A lone tear tumbles down his weathered cheek. Monsters suddenly appear from who knows where. They surround the dejected old man and come to console me, have you? He says sweetly, petting each of them gently. He quietly nods, rises to his feet, and makes his way to you. The island gets as lonely as I do. Someone's got to keep her company. You had better leave, the hermit says softly, handing you a garment that glows with an almost divine light. You feel yourself begin to levitate once more. Has he chosen to remain on the island after all? Is that what this is about? The party finds themselves back on the cape. You turn your gaze toward the hazy, solitary island in the distance. Farewell, you say quietly into the wind.
Okay, so that was not where I need to go to get that treasure map.
Lucky.
Oh, how nice of them to put a sign.
Don't hold back. Excellent. You did great. You won't be able to.
Oh, there's the mausoleum.
Don't hold back.
I need to look up where this treasure is. Okay, I've got a picture. Now I just need to find where that is. There it is.
Something's catching the sunlight just so. You move closer to get a better look at it. You find a chest, something about... Sure enough, this is the location those thieves quite convinced you found their stash. You open the chest with a self-satisfied smirk on your face.
Alright. And where is mysterious card 10? Okay, so it's in the mausoleum. What do they get you?
You catch sight of figures you are pretty sure are Ivory Order disciples, standing at the door to the mausoleum. Let us through, you say, but something isn't right. Trespassers will be disposed of, on orders of Master Sherwin. Kill, they murmur dispassionately, and then attack. Fortune favors the bold.
Oh, fuck off.
It seems the Ivory Order disciples have come back to themselves. Their faces are blank. Apparently, they don't recall anything after Sherwin ordered them to guard the door. Could he have hypnotized them? The Ivory Order disciples are gone. Stands before you. Your hand flies to your weapon. Sensing your discomfort, she offers you a bag. You know not what is in it. You eye the woman suspiciously as you take the bag from her hand. She nods solemnly and leaves. You shall not pass. Die.
A lot of Gandalfs in this place.
Excellent.
Nope. Seeing as how none of these bastards seem to be able to get hit by status effects.
And fight. You sense something strange about this place. You can hardly make out your surroundings in the dim. You'd best watch your step. And fight.
I'm guessing I've gone past the level where they've learned all their stuff. Yeah, because everybody's gained a couple of levels now, and I haven't seen them learn anything new.
About the enemy. An ivory order disciple stands in your way. Something strange about this one, too. This is as far as you will get.
I do believe that's the 20,000 that I need to go buy that weapon in the first town. Let's finish this floor first before we go back. We'll probably finish this floor, go back, buy that, and finish for the day.
Good work. Let's do this.
Alright, let's go get that weapon.
You decide not to overthink it and hand over the money. Anyone asks, you didn't buy it here, he says, repeating the last part ad nauseum. Of course, he was on the black market.
Okay, so I've gotten the trophy for his strongest weapon and her strongest. I don't know if I've gotten that for the other three. I can probably check, see what it is before tomorrow. Yeah, we'll finish this up and then do the post game tomorrow. We're at 12 and a half hours. Yeah. I feel like if I went over by like an hour or so, I could probably finish the main story. And then more than likely we just start the next game tomorrow. But I figure if I go ahead and stop here and then maybe look around and see if I can get all the best gear and then do the post game stuff, maybe that'll be, you know, almost a full stream tomorrow. I figure we'll get one more day out of this. So yeah, we'll go ahead and stop here and try to see how we can do everything. I'll probably look up a list of like where all the best weapons and armors and everything are and see if I can get all of them. I've stumbled across a few. Like we've got Rita's, we've got the elf's best bow. We got his sword because we finally got the money for it. I'm pretty sure beating that old man on the island gave us the best armor for the girls. Only one of them though. So we basically got the staff, gauntlet, and claws. Got to find the best of, and then maybe also a couple of other armors. Oh, we also had that event where they threw the hero armor at us. I don't know if that's the best armor for the main character, but I mean it's called hero armor. Sounds like it could be. Kind of weird that they literally just throw it at you. It's just an overworld event where it just gets thrown at you and it's like, oh, here it is. But anyway, as I said, we'll see how much of this we can get done tomorrow. Try to, as long as nothing is too annoying or like too super grindy, we'll probably see if we can get all the stuff in this game done. But yeah. I believe this is the final story done. We're on the last story chapter. But yeah, I'll probably actually look through a walkthrough and see what all's left. try to make sure it's all done. So yeah, let me go ahead and give callouts, and then I'll end for today. So Ragna, Bro, War Panda, thank you all for coming in and chatting with me while I play, and thank you to anybody else who may have been lurking and watching. Always appreciate it. Said we'll continue with this and try to get as much of the game done as possible and finish it up tomorrow, so that next week the only game left on the list is one that I picked, which is Blasphemous. And yeah, if we don't get any more requests in, I'll just have another. I'll just go back to picking the games myself for a while until people do requests. Not that big a deal. Not like there's not a huge list of stuff for me to choose from. Yeah, because I've heard it's really good, and I'm holding off on buying Blasphemous 2 until I play the first one to see how much I like it. So might as well, and then if it's good, next time there's a sale, I'll try to pick up the second one. Still need to finish it. Yeah, well, maybe it'll be like what Kaz was talking about in his chat the other day about once I start playing it, then you can race me to the end. Although you'll probably finish it right away once I start, pick it back up. That is, assuming you can tear yourself away from Graces. Yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. So. But yeah, I guess let me go ahead and see if I can find someone to raid then. Yeah, because you said you had Graces, and then what was the other game? Oh, right, you were going to play the Ninja Gaiden Ninja Gaiden 2 Black after you're done with Graces. Ninja Gaiden shouldn't take that. I mean, unless you're going to go through like every difficulty mode and do everything. I think I pretty much did, and I had because when I played it on the PS3, which was Ninja Gaiden 2 Sigma, which from what I understand, Black is based on Sigma, and then they just made it from there to make the Black version. So it's pretty much the same game that I played, and I did pretty much everything in. I think the only thing I didn't do was there was a couple of like the online co-op, like super hard missions that I couldn't do because I couldn't find a decent co-op player to finish them. Because you have the option of doing them with an AI partner or with an actual online co-op partner. And the AI partners are like, you might as well be soloing it. And I think there was like 2 of them that I couldn't do by myself. I would need a competent partner, and I could never get one. I'd try like queuing up, and I could never find a partner that could help me finish them. Oh. Go ahead and raid Kaz. Go back to watch him play Suffer Through Rebirth. Yeah. as per usual, let's go ahead and jump in, say hi. Hope to see you all next time, and till then.
Bye bye, everybody.